Alright, welcome to Yesterday, a game by Pendulum Studios, the same people that made Pendulo Studios. There we go. Same makers of such great games as Runaway and Runaway, Dream of the Turtle. Runaway. Well, that's not an intro. Well, in any case, this game was Ustream. Hello, Justin.tv. This game is very short. And that's all I can really say about it. It was done by the same people that made Runaway. And dedicated to all those who live on the street through their situations. Les Enfants de Don Quixote. I don't know who those people are. It's dedicated to those guys, though. Not a horror game. I just throw that out there real quick. I don't know why it's starting off like Fear Effect. Just setting the mood, which is very grim. This is also how Fear Effect starts. Alright, there's some sort of alchemy and occult. And 999 Satanism. Whose room is this? Nice. Whatever is going on there. This is also how Broken Sword 10 starts off. I have played this game before. Like I said, it's only like 2 hours long. It's not very long. I don't remember most of the game,
Another
though.
homeless person burned to death. It's the 6th one this year.
And the killer?
Nothing, Henry. The victims are faceless and nameless, and no one cares. Not the media.
My
the police,
backlog
or politicians.
says
Some people do care.
it was a
I care.
There's almost
fun
nothing
little
we can
game.
do from here.
I gave it a
Get
positive
to them,
review.
Get their names, count them, offer them our help and resources. Convince them they can have a better life. Take a look at this list. In all these places, there
Oh,
are
that
homeless
guy's
people we
got
still
some
haven't
pie.
contacted. We have to continue our work despite the danger.
I'll do my best. I'll start with the first one and
Cadway Station? Forget that one.
wait for me here.
Want me to go with you?
I'd rather you stayed and watched the van.
It's too dangerous. It's on the list because... how should I know? No one has gone there since the hall collapsed. And frankly, I doubt there's anyone still living in that hellhole. Do me a favor. Stay out of trouble, okay?
End is near. Have a nice day. Like how ice is underlined. I wonder what the pie is for. Alright. Let's begin yesterday. I can't. Oh, never mind. I was like, I have no mouse. Is there a... let's see, tab does nothing. That pauses. How do you save? I wonder. Let me see something. Oh, the game auto saves. All right. It also seems like there might be an undo button. Feel like you're being watched. I might have to read some of this out loud. You could take one of the tiles from the mosaic, but you don't. What in Runaway is that? See, if this was Runaway, I would have filled my inventory with mosaic tiles already. There's a suitcase trapped under the rubble that's blocking the stairway. No matter how hard you pull on the handle, you can't get the suitcase out from under the rubble. Your heart skips a beat when you think you found someone, but it's just a mannequin. Whoever lives here has a twisted sense of horror. Reminder, this is not a horror game. She seems to be weeping. Don't consider picking up the mannequin or changing its pose. Let's see. An iron handrail broken. You've never exactly been famous for your physical prowess, so you pick up the iron bar to protect yourself from any problems that might come up. Nice. It's a humor game now. It'd be nice if there was a button to, like, see everything. You're thirsty and your mouth is dry. If only the can were full. Right now, you drink anything, even beer, something you normally detest. Even though the can's empty, who knows? It might come in handy later. An electrical cable, several meters long. When you pick up the cable, an image of Ralph Martison comes to mind. I don't know who that is. A student in your university who was found hanging in the restroom a couple of months ago. Oh. Oh. You also dislike fear? I see, me too. Closed. Can't be opened. There's rubble blocking it on the other side. Here? Electrical cable. How do I pick up? That is a weird way to do things. You tie one end of the cable to the handle of the suitcase, then you wrap the other end around the column and tie it also to the handle of the suitcase. Alright. Insert the bar between the cable and the column, and you turn it. Oh, hey, man, this guy's a genius. Multiplying your force until the cable finally pulls the suitcase out from underneath the rubble. OMG. Price 3. How's it going, Dream Bin? Do I need this bar again? Metal bar used to get the suitcase. For now, you leave the metal bar next to the column. Cable withstood the tension you created when you pulling the suitcase out. Sure. You don't think the cable is going to be of any further use, so you leave it there. Where is the suitcase? Oh. You open the suitcase and find several things that might be useful to you. Yeah, I got a box cutter, screwdriver, some red tape. Ooh. An electric keyboard, most likely a cheap one. Pick up the keyboard even though it has no batteries. You're nice, I'm gonna be an electric keyboard player. A toy phone. Pick up the toy phone from the box. Gotta try. Oh, well, it won't even let me try. Bum 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 ba bum. I owe it. Bizarre mix of rubble and toys. Could there be children living in the station? Since you're a bit of a nerd, you pick up the battery-operated figure of a character from a video game that came out and went almost unnoticed. Nice. Battery-operated figure. What is this from a video game? What video game is that guy from? Because it's from Poet of Pain? Let's see, combine the screwdriver. You unscrew the cover on the battery compartment on the back of the figure and remove the batteries. Thanks for dropping by, Dream Boom. Dream Boom, you ever heard of this game? Yesterday? It's by Pendulum Studios. I believe they are a French company. They make such great hits such as Runaway, A Road Adventure. On batteries. Hold on. With keyboard cat. Batteries are exactly the right type for the keyboard. You insert them, press on, and see that the batteries actually work. Keyboard. It still won't let me play. Bum 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 ba-dum bum. Telephone with no receiver and with a broken keypad. As things stands, calling from this phone is not an option. Just dial the numbers. There's rubble blocking the door. Pieces are too heavy, you'll never be able to move them. Even if you repeat the trick with the cable on the bar, you won't be able to move them an inch. Basketball hoop, somewhat broken. Unlike your friend Cooper, you've never been interested in sports. $35, holy cow. There's a coin stuck in the slot. Press the coin return button, but the trapped coin doesn't drop. PC turned your room into a furnace? Dang, you should get a fan. I have absolutely no idea how hot it is outside. So I don't plan on going out there. Where should you put the fan? In your lap. Whoever lives here really doesn't want anyone to get through the gate. Well, you've never been very interested in your body. You value it enough to try not to climb over the bramble. The bramble scramble. You assume that it was put there by the people who live here. What are they protecting? It's locked and obviously can't just be pushed open. Only I had, this plus this. You cut a strip of aluminum from the can, thinking it might come in very handy. We're gonna use this for the entire game. The strip of aluminum. I can feel it. This is gonna be our end of the game item from the beginning of the game. The aluminum of the can is thin enough to slip between the shackle and the body of the padlock, making the internal cylinder turn, which opens the lock and lets you enter the adjacent room. Wow, it's just that easy. You're all in on keyboard, cat? I can't wait to use that later on.
Huh?
Eh? OMG, mannequins. This is not a horror game. I swear. I thought it was just gonna be like a homeless guy. What if he had a sandwich in his hand? It like rises up, takes a bite out of the sandwich.
A heretic has profaned sacred ground, Choke. What should we do with him?
Have ourselves some fun.
Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters. Silence.
It's mannequins.
Ask you to come to the Hall of Eternity.
These guys are
because
crazy.
The peace of our community has been disturbed. Show us,
gasp.
heretic, who are you?
Tell the truth.
My name is Henry White.
Good. That's what appears on your ID. Did you think for 1 minute we wouldn't look in your pockets, Henry White? So, Henry White, let's talk about you. What does your family do?
Father is the president and majority shareholder in White Enterprises. You hesitate before answering. If you tell the truth, they'll surely demand ransom and you'll be free. Wait, what? But you also like to do things for yourself without relying on your family money.
Answer, I'll shoot, heretic.
Ooh. Tell the truth.
My parents are wealthy. If you let me go, you'll get a reward.
We don't want their money, but it might help them overcome the trauma of your disappearance. What do you say?
Ew.
But let's not prejudge him, brothers and sisters. Let's let him defend himself. Why have you profaned our temple, heretic?
To help.
I've come to help you. You can see that I work for the children of Don Quixote. It's a foundation that helps homeless people by offering them shelter, food, resources, and even identification papers.
Is that so? What do you think, brothers and sisters?
Ew. Oh.
Henry White. I've been alive for over 80 years. I can
Dang.
see through you. You work for a foundation that works to deprive us of our rights. Look at us. Do we look like we need shelter, food, resources?
I don't know. There's a whole lot of you here.
In what way is all that going to help us, heretic? In nothing! In nothing! I
shoot now, Choke?
Should I tell Boris to shoot Henry White? Or do you think you can come up with a reason why your existence should continue?
Higher intelligence.
I don't want to seem conceited, but according to IQ tests, my intelligence is above average.
So, you're intelligent. I never would have guessed. Prove it. Have you ever played chess?
I'm not bad. I'm champion in my university.
White has a chance at checkmate in one move. What is it?
Alright, who wants to figure this out? White has a chance to checkmate in one move. White moves here. Black can move here and be okay. Or technically here and be okay. Or even here and be okay. White moves here. Hey, Mooglix. White has a chance to checkmate in one move. Perhaps it's rook to here. If rook moves to here, they can move here and be okay. If white moves from here to here, if you vertically castle, it's bishop to e7. Alright, where's e7? Bishop moves here. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh, the like warped tiles are messing me up. I kept thinking this bishop was on the white square, and I was like, that doesn't work at all. I see. Well, this is the answer. King at the top on the right. Oh, you know what? You're right, and I'm an idiot. I still blame the board.
This move is famous. The Evergreen from 1852. Bishop takes the knight at e7 and checkmate.
Well done. But it was your memory that saved you, not your deductive capacity. Let's see now. White makes a single move. That, although it doesn't result in checkmate, leaves black without options.
White makes a single move. I mean, I would assume this. It's a weird question. I don't understand the question, but I know the answer.
Move the pawn from g2 to g3. Easy.
Yes, as you said, it was easy. Let's see if you can resolve this one. Despite its desperate situation, White has a chance at checkmate in one move.
Alright, White has a chance at checkmate in one move. As I learned earlier, this is the king. Alright, if I go here, that can take that. If I go here, I'm assuming it's bishop to e7. Is that one of the answers? Yeah, that is the answer. Bishop to c7. No, because the knight can take the bishop from there. This knight. But the bishop to e7 can't be taken by anything. And if the king tries to take the bishop, then this knight takes the king. And if the king tries to run, then this knight takes the king. And if the king moves right here, then this knight takes the king. Going with bishop to e7.
Why are you making it so easy for me? Move the bishop from d6 to e7 and checkmate.
I don't need to test you any further, Henry Ward. You are intelligent, there's no doubt. But what is the source of this intelligence? God or the devil? You project kindness, but I perceive something dark in you, heretic. I need to cleanse my soul before deciding your fate. Life or death?
Oh no.
The coin of judgment has been tossed, Henry White.
Literal coin.
Horus block the exit and make sure that the heretic doesn't escape or bother you while I pray.
He wouldn't dare try, Choke.
As for the rest of you, do me a favor and don't go too far away.
They're a bunch of mannequins. Boris has closed the doors so that you can't leave the station through the tunnel, and he assures you that if you try to escape, he'll shoot.
Well, keep looking then. Looking then.
What?
Find my Danny and call me when you have him or... Hello? Hello? Fuck!
Whoa. If I remember correctly, which is why I've been following this guide, you actually can die in this game a lot. Like a lot. Let's talk to Boris. Hello, Boris. Boris, a crazy hobo with a gun. I can relate.
I think I know what that phone call you received earlier was about, and I wanted to say that I'm sorry.
What are you sorry about, eh? There's nothing to be sorry about. They'll find Danny. They'd better. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. I forgot the guy's name is Choke.
Who is Choke?
The reason I'm still alive. How old are you turning today? I would have rotted here if he hadn't come with his energy, his pickpocketing techniques, his drivel, and his will to live.
Let me go. Please. My family is wealthy. They can pay you a handsome reward.
I used to make $3,000 a day. 3,000! And look at me now. Do you think I give a shit about money?
He's got a point.
Do you think Choke is crazy?
A total nutball. He must have been hit on the head or something, because he can't remember anything from when he was young. What a shame. Look, wax from the candles has dripped on the cake. Sometimes he remembers things. Little flashes having to do with the scar on his hand, with the Y. Something about some cult.
Why? Yesterday?
Like now. And thinks he's in the past. Funny old bastard, isn't he?
Do you really think he wants to kill me?
Choke doesn't mess around. For him, this is sacred ground. And you
No, yesterday.
it. If he decides you should die, you die.
Hey.
I'm the heir to White Enterprises, and someday it'll all be mine. Help me escape, and I'll make you rich.
I don't want to be rich. There's only one thing I want, and you can't give it to me. Not you or anyone else. But he will turn up. Make a wish.
Are you the person who brought the toys that are on the platform?
Yes, Danny will want toys. Did you know it was his birthday? I'll go pick catch the subway at Cadway Station, and I don't want to be late. No overtime today. I'll drop whatever I'm doing and go to meet him. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
What did you do before you lived here?
Me? I set prices for things. Companies used to pay me a fortune for me to tell them if something was expensive or cheap, if it was worth buying or selling at a certain price. I worked a lot. Too much. It wasn't worth it.
Is your name really Boris? You don't have an accent.
I don't want people to remember my real name. I hate names. If Choke calls me Boris, I'm Boris. And many happy returns.
Time to stab a guy. Cut the cable severing the receiver from the toy phone. And I have my own receiver.
Call for you on this phone, Boris.
Hello?
Hello?
Where is Danny? Where? No, I don't read the papers. What happened at Cadway Station?
Oh no. Did he
No.
fall?
It's not him. That child is not my Danny. It's not him. You understand? That is not my son. We'll keep looking, and call me when you find him. Not someone else. Him!
Insert the token and you get the trapped coin to drop. Nice. Lost my subway token there. It's a gacha machine, yes. Let's see. Receiver. With the help of the electrical tape, you attach the phone receiver to the payphone. Immediately hear a dial tone. Despite all the years and damage, the line still works. Nice. Yo, hello, God's Black Arm. I bet you were thinking we were gonna use... Hey, Nuglix. I bet you were thinking we would use the phone... Hey, Regison. I bet you were thinking we were gonna use the phone to repair the phone, but no, you're wrong. We're gonna use the keyboard. Neri was the first person to place a telephone call without using a keypad by emulating its tones into the receiver with an organ. So you pick up the receiver, insert the coin in the slot, and bum 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 ba bum. So obvious. I also fall asleep to like screaming music. I can't wait to get DMCA'd. Screaming sounds in French.
I'm watching the van, man. It's just that.
Come, Cooper.
But didn't you want me?
They're crazy and armed. You hear me? Be careful.
Come on, Henry. No way I'm falling for that.
Time's come, heretic. Prepare to die.
Hey, now we get to play as this guy. Bam, 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 bam. I have.
For Christ's sakes, Cooper,
Oh, God.
you stop blubbering. You're a disgrace to the young pioneers. But you know what? That's over. Oh, now he's wetting his pants like a little old lady. Who'd you learn that from? Your sainted mother?
Yes. Back door is locked. Try to open the back doors, but it's locked. Key to the van. Dashboard couldn't be cleaner because just 2 days ago you helped Henry clean out the van. Grab a box of matches and a key that you find in the glove compartment. Nice. A small click, the back doors pop open. Can't remember what your baseball bat is doing in Henry's van. Me neither. Grab the bat. Hey, it's yours anyway. And the gas can. BlackBerry slide. Cell phone. Should have used an N gauge for the model. He's on the other side of the tunnel, and he's in trouble.
Afraid of the dark, Cooper? Why don't you make a torch? Oh, yeah, now I remembered, because you don't know how! Look, everybody, at the idiot who can't figure out how to make a torch! But no laughing, because it's pathetic! And he's a scumbag. You're a scumbag, aren't you, Cooper? You're pathetic, and you're a scumbag, right? Huh? Mr. Scumbag?
Bang. This guy's Scoutmaster was not very encouraging at all. Tell yourself that if a girl like that ever noticed you, you'd never raise a hand to her. Big to pick up, isn't it? Garbage gives off a revolting odor like rotten meat. Grab the rag that's hanging from the rim. A hole in the fence, probably the work of hooligans or hobos. Bending a piece of wire back and forth, you managed to break off a length of wire that was already half broken. Nice. Start combining random items in your inventory. Let's see, we're gonna build. Secure the rag with the bat with the length of wire. Nice. Combine this. Whoops. Combine this with the gas can. Soak the rag in gasoline. See? And now we've made a torch.
Playing with fire, Cooper? Are you scared of the dark? Do you want me to change your sheets? Or would you rather I peed in your bed to save you the time, scumbag?
Ew. Why'd you light the trash on fire? I don't know. Why did we do anything in this game? Buttspot, no. Roll of electrical cable. Grab the cable without asking yourself who could have left it there. An iron bar that you could no doubt bend easily. Grab the iron bar, a good weapon to use against whoever is holding Henry prisoner. Doors to the subway car are closed. Use your greatest resource, brute force, to try to open the doors, but they won't budge. Plank looks strong enough for your considerable weight. When you go to pick up the plank, you almost think you hear Henry's voice telling you not to do it. No, Cooper, leave it there. It'll help you get over the tracks. No question about it, Henry's a thoughtful friend, and he knows how to explain things. What a nice guy. After delivering several fruitless blows to the door at the bar, you decide to use it as a lever, and it's open. OMG. This is the wrong subway. Instinctively, you raise the iron bar to bash in the head of the figure at the other end of the car. But just when you're about to do it, you realize that it's just a mannequin.
Cooper, you scumbag! Why did you hit Johnson, huh? He said what about your mother? There's probably some truth in it. And it's about time you learned to think, instead of resorting to violence all the time. You are pathetic, Cooper.
He's got a point there, though. If this mannequin is the work of Henry's captors, what he told you is no joke. They're crazy and they're armed. Do you hear me? Be careful. There are bullets in the right pocket. Oops, there were. Haha. They're mine now. We'd like to have a trench coat like this one, but in black leather. Grab the plastic receiver that's in the left pocket. That's also mine now. Broken basketball hoop. Imitating a slam dunk, you jump and hang from the hooch, which breaks off the column because of your weight. Nice. Fill in the inventory. We have 2 inventories so far. Rebel is blocking the door. With some difficulty, you clear away the rebel blocking the door. And you smile to yourself thinking that Henry wouldn't have been able to move it even an inch. There's a padlock keeping the doors closed. You summon all of your strength to open the padlock on the door, but you can't do it. We have this iron bar, though. As always, your first thought is to use brute force. You prepare to strike the padlock with the bar, but then you remember.
Have you ever heard of a wedge? Huh? Even if we had the biggest one in the world, we wouldn't be able to get it into your head. Ain't that right, scumbag?
You bend the bar to make it into a wedge, and you hit the ends with the bat. Nice. However that worked. Oh, it is fear effect, alright. Round metal beam. Probably a master beam. The running start, you might even be able to jump and grab it. But then what? How would you get to the other side? Ew. A rat in a puddle is something that could be blood. Even though the aroma of death fascinates you, you leave the rat there for reasons of hygiene than anything else. One of the few pipes that didn't break when the roof collapsed. It's too far. Thick iron door. Beyond your reach. Hanging from a cartridge belt is a revolver. You want to grab the revolver, but to do that you would have to cross the pit. Alright, here we go. We're gonna combine this with this. You tie one of the ends of the cable to the basketball hoop. Speaking of Shinobu, they're adding Shinobu to Genshin Impact next week. I'm pretty excited. Can't wait to lose all the gacha rolls. Bleh. My left mouse click is broken. My left and right mouse clicks are broken. You take careful aim and... Oh, here we go. Oh yeah. Now I'm trapped over here. King of Cartridge Bells is a revolver. You feel a strange shiver when you grab the revolver. Better combine the bullets with the revolver. You now have a loaded gun. Be careful. You're able to rip the door off its hinges easily. You remember the plank you saw at the entrance to the subway car, and... Let's see. Alright. Try not to die. Got it. Is that a Metal Gear reference? As carefully as you can, you stick out your head and...
After cleansing my soul of lies of the malignant one, I have filled it with discernment and have reached a decision. The heretic Henry White shall be subjected to the judgment of God, and thereby shall be flung into the well of truth. If the rats, those diabolical beings that inhabit it, perceive traces of divine goodness in Henry White's soul, they will rise up against him, tearing into his mortal flesh with their nails and teeth until he bleeds to death. In this case, we will rejoice at having led the soul of a just man to heaven. But if on the contrary, Henry White is as diabolical as they are, they will treat him with respect. And in that case, I myself shall, with a single shot, send his abominable, detestable, and repugnant soul to hell. Nevertheless, before flinging him into the well,
sounds like a win-win situation.
Time to ask forgiveness of the High One and prepare his soul in peace. We pray silently for your poor soul, Henry White.
Very even is the well. Proof that these hobos are completely crazy. Why couldn't Henry have chosen some other kind of people to help? You could grab one of the mannequins and use it as a shield, but they probably spot you before you got to it. So has to look at the well. I don't, something about this madman that reminds me of someone. He's holding a gun, so you can't go up to him and punch him out. You have to get away before he sees you. Oh, the well is down here. The Well of Truth is nothing more than a rat-infested sewer where Henry will die if you don't do something. You can't go into the sewer, or can you? Can there be another one in the station? The guy who asks Henry will fling him into the sewer as soon as the other says the word. You have to find a way of threatening the guy who has Henry so that he releases him. First, you must get rid of the other madman. Alright, let's use our gun.
Oh, souls from paradise, look all of you upon Henry White, the heretic who
Tread on holy ground because he is a scumbag, right, Cooper? Now, what are you gonna do for your friend? Take a piss in the well like a sissy boy? Or are you gonna act like a man for once? Come on, shoot if you got it.
Oh no! Oh no!
Bastard!
Can't believe that worked out. Oh. Oh no, it's got our fingerprints on it.
Henry?
There aren't any rats.
Wait a minute.
They were laughing at us. At Henry White.
What are we gonna do with him? Henry, you okay?
We're not gonna burn these ones.
Ha ha ha. White Enterprises. Today. Yesterday. Tomorrow.
Mr. White, your 6 o'clock is here. It's John yesterday.
Thank you, Lori.
Yesterday?
My compliments to your stylist. Great suit.
I picked it out, Mr. White.
Ah, then my compliments to Human Resources for hiring you.
You hired me
Oh,
yourself,
yesterday.
Mr. White.
Oh, I see. Tell him to come right in, please.
Mr. White will see you now, Mr. Yesterday.
Thank you.
Come over here, John. Have a look at this sunset. My advice to you is, if in your next life you come back as a filthy rich businessman, remember to get an office with a view like this. It's the only part that's really worth it in the end.
I can't even remember what I've done in this life, Mr. White.
Henry. Call me Henry. You used to call me that.
What?
How is your mother doing?
She has a slight cold. She seems like a good person. She's been telling me a lot about my life, but I can't seem to remember anything about it. Not a thing.
Give her my best. And let me pick your brains for a moment. What has she told you? You never used to talk about yourself in the old days. What has your mother told you about your childhood?
All there is to tell. Only child, shy, few friends, obedient, athletic. I just wish I could remember.
What do you know about your youth?
I threw myself into my schoolwork. Apparently I'm smart. I have a master's in the history of religion from my mother. She's a worldwide authority on the history of satanic cults. The terrible thing is that I don't remember a single thing I learned in all those years in the university, except what was in the books you sent me in the hospital and what my mother has been telling me.
Do you have a partner?
My mother says I had a girlfriend.
Listen to my story.
Oh, God.
Suzanne. Now I'm
This
single, it seems.
may be our last chance.
Thank you, God's Black Arm. Can't say this is how I expect the game to go. Me either.
What has she told you about your likes?
This is strange. She told me that I never liked grapes.
Oh,
The
but
other
I
day
love
tried
grapes.
one and it was delicious.
Interesting. To what extent are our likes and dislikes conditioned by our memories? By the way, I love grapes.
I love grapes.
Everything all right at the hospital?
Yes, of course. Thank you for taking care of the bill.
I didn't do it. My money did. Sometimes it gets tired of rotting in the bank. Tell me, John, have you managed to remember anything about your past on your own?
No. Well, sometimes I get small flashes of random images, sounds. It's happened 3 times now. Watching a movie, looking at my hand, seeing a bluebird.
Curious, isn't it? Tell me more.
Tell me more.
What was it you remembered when you were watching that movie?
It took place in Paris. Suddenly, I saw, I don't know, a sort of antique shop. A girl.
Nico?
What came to mind when you looked at your hand?
Well, it was actually the scar on my hand. The image of a strange person appeared in my mind. Some kind of priest in a church. He was talking about killing someone. Me.
What happened when you looked at this blue bird?
It perched on the windowsill in the hospital. Suddenly I saw myself with a beard and long hair in a blizzard.
Oh, goodness, John. I haven't even offered you a chair.
In the winter, going through the snow, my first thought, Brian Westhouse.
I'm very sorry for what happened, John. Very sorry. I can't help thinking that it's all my doing.
On the contrary, I've come here to thank you.
And to get some answers, I imagine. What do you want to know?
I want to know who I am.
I'm not God, John. If you want to solve that mystery, go to a church and pray. I can only resolve human dilemmas.
Why did you send those books on satanic cults to me in the hospital?
To help your mother re-educate you, and with an eye to a matter that we had between us. One that we still have.
What connects me to you?
There's a lot, John. You were working for me when you tried to kill yourself. You got too involved in the investigation.
You lost your perspective. Lori has the contract, by the way. Ask for her copy on your way out if you want.
What did my investigation consist of?
I hired you to get information about the Order of the Flesh, a satanic cult from the 15th century, in the hope that this would help us trap a present-day killer. My own investigation wasn't going anywhere.
What had you discovered before hiring me?
The Order of the Flesh was founded in 1463 by an ex-priest named Ginés de Orduña.
What was the Order of the Flesh about?
We know very little. They worshipped the devil and combined alchemy with torture in search of God knows what, until the Inquisition began to persecute them.
Did the Inquisition put a stop to the Order of the Flesh?
In 1498, when it seemed like Cardinal Cisneros, the Grand Inquisitor, had them cornered, they disappeared from the map. They evaporated. No one knows how or to where.
What did I find out?
You started doing some research in the archives at the University of Salamanca in Spain, and you found something curious. A missive from the guard Captain Miguel de Somosierra to Cardinal Cisneros, written on the 31st of August, 1501.
This all sounds like the plot to A Broken Sword Game.
What did the letter say?
He stated that on that very morning his troops had traveled to the temple where they suspected the Order was meeting, that they went in and interrupted a demonic ritual, that they killed all its members without mercy, and that finally they burned the church, reducing it to rubble and the ashes of satanic cadavers.
This feels less like Runaway and more like Broken
The
Sword.
letter didn't say anything else?
Like
Yes,
everything
the
about
captain
it.
congratulated
Even
me
the
for tip
intro.
that led them to the temple. Literally, he said, "Thankfully, Your Excellency saw the relationship between the Order of the Flesh and the Holy Cathedral of Our Lady of Paris. That led us to reveal the evil in an apparently holy church."
What relationship is there between Notre Dame and the Order?
That was the next and final step in your investigation. Paris.
Paris, you say?
What did I find out in Paris?
I don't know. You disappeared there for 15 days. When you finally called, you were very distressed. You told me that you found something very important and that you couldn't tell me over the telephone, so I flew to Paris.
Why didn't I tell you what I found out?
Because when I arrived at your hotel, you had attempted suicide. You were dying. You had swallowed mercury.
Oh
Plus,
dear.
you had cut your hand, drawing the symbol of the Order of the Flesh on your skin. It looked like a Y.
How did you know it was a suicide?
You left a note. "Forgive me, Henry, but to get to the bottom of this, first I must die."
Tell me about this killer.
He's been killing hobos for years. First he only burned them, but then his modus operandi evolved.
How did the hobo killer evolve?
He stopped burning his victims. And
First he reached
started
level
torturing
16.
them using satanic rituals.
What led you to link him to this cult?
At a certain point, he started carving a sort of Y into the bodies of his victims, the symbol of the Order of the Flesh.
What?
For a time, I
Okay.
worked as a volunteer in an NGO called the Children of Don Quixote. They help the homeless. Over the years, I stopped working with them because there's something that can help them more than I can. My money. It's been covering all their expenses since my parents died and I took over White Enterprises. I'm not going to allow anyone to keep attacking these people, John. And you're going to help me.
Why did you hire me?
I hired your mother first, John. But after a while, she came to a dead end. I didn't know where to go from there. She said that if anyone could get further, it would be you. Now you know everything, John. Talk to Lori.
Have her give you your tickets.
What tickets?
The
Did I
VA
forget to
changed.
mention that? You're leaving for Paris this afternoon. That's okay with you, right?
Yeah, Henry. I need to know who I am.
Exactly, John. Your father would be proud of you.
What?
He just went in.
You're sure the suite does not bring back any memories, Monsieur Yesterday?
No, I'm sorry.
Dommage. Well, call me if you need anything at all. Dinner with adult entertainment. You get my drift? blonde, brunette, bald, black, white, young, oldies, sex pots, fat ladies, dwarves, hussies, spinsters, natural, surgically enhanced, clean, or filthy. And 10% discount if I get to watch. Okay?
Thank you, Albert. I'll keep it in mind.
While you're getting settled in, you notice something strange in the room. You can't put your finger on it, it's just a strange sensation. Use the phone. Look under the telephone in case there's a clue. Something out of place. Nothing. Let's call.
Hello, son. Have you
Mom.
arrived? Have you had dinner? How is the flight? Have you remembered anything?
The trip was oddly uncomfortable. Mr. White had reserved the entire first-class section for me, and I had 2 flight attendants hovering over me the whole time. It was impossible to get any reading done. Guess what? On the plane, they offered me grapes for dessert.
And?
Bastards.
I tried them, Mom. They were delicious.
How strange. When you were a little boy, you used to spit them in my face. But I'm glad you finally come to like them, son. You've never eaten enough fruit.
What plot point do grapes have?
I don't get it. Why did I try to kill myself in this hotel?
I don't know, son. You got too emotionally involved, or maybe you found out something that upset you. This time, keep your distance, okay?
John, how are you doing?
Fine,
Doing great.
Mr. White.
Henry. To you, I'm just Henry.
Yes, Henry, pardon me. The hotel is really over the top, Henry. Thank you.
Over the top? You'll never change, John. That's exactly what you said to me the last time.
The front desk clerk is a little odd, don't you think?
I don't remember him. I'll have him fired, all right?
No, don't do that. It's really nothing.
Better. We all have a right to make a living.
When I was in New York, you mentioned my father. Did you ever meet him?
Excuse me, John. What do you have for me, Cooper?
A woman of about 50, passed out, drunk.
In one piece?
Almost.
Take her to the generator room. I want her awake and calm. Call me when she's ready. Excuse me, John. Where were we? Yes. Dementia is a very hard thing. But let's not talk about that, okay?
What? Alright. Ooh. An original sketch by Albin Grau for the movie Nosferatu the Vampire from 1922. That's a picture in case there's something behind it. And, in fact, there is a wall. Nice. The Hand by Sean Rogue. That's a picture in case there's something behind it. And, in fact, there is a wall. Werewolf Howling at the Moon. There is a wall. Is this a sequel? No. This is an original game. As you gaze at the drawing, something comes back to you.
Your secret is safe with me, Monsieur Yesterday. I'll keep it from anyone who doesn't say these 2 words, including if it is you.
Picture opens like a door, and... You look closely at these pictures. The aroma of mercury comes back to you, and you remember. You didn't try to kill yourself. Look behind the 3 pictures, but you don't find anything. Not even a wall. Notebook and fountain pen. Notebook, fountain pen, courtesy of the hotel. I'll take these. You're grateful for a hotel door's thoughtfulness. Nice. I have 2 items. Yeah, Dream Beam, this whole game is like almost over. It's not a very... they didn't have a very strong budget. They had a budget. In fact, I don't even remember if it ends like... I don't remember if it ends. We'll see. A letter opener. Pick up the letter opener. Its blade is so dull that it's more like a letter ripper. On the left. There's a lot of point-and-click adventure games out there. Sometimes you gotta try all of them. Hey look, we're in Paris. What is this? The Eiffel Tower? The Montreal City Hall was about to buy it and move it to Quebec. An urban legend? Probably, but who knows? The Hotel National des Invalides. Yes. Jacuzzi? Just kidding. More like a hot tub, since Jacuzzi is just the most famous brand. Ugh. Can I take a bath? At the moment, you don't care to take a bath. Oh. What is that? Control panel for the jacuzzi. Does it work? Ooh, look at these graphics. Relaxing sound of bubbling water. Ooh. Take a bath when you find out what you've hidden, not before. Look at this. Oh, I didn't even notice this over here. A welcome card, Champagne and Facsimile edition of Paradise Lost, with illustrations by Gustave Doré. I'll take all of this. Suddenly you remember yourself cutting something out of a card just like this one. You pick it up. Nice. Stone is rough. You feel around in vain for some kind of secret mechanism. Nope. The rosemary oil? That's not rose. Is this rosemary? Hand cream. Rosemary oil. I will take this. According to your books on Satanism, rosemary was used in different potions to achieve eternal life. Superstition or not, you take it. Take the hand cream. Will this cream repair the scar on your hand? No, but whatever. Bottle of cologne. Expensive, no doubt. Not the first time you smelled this cologne. It smells like Henry, and without knowing exactly why, you don't like it. Open the towel. Can I steal all these things? You debate whether to take all the soap or not, and end up compromising. Clean towel. Take the towel like a common hotel towel thief. That's just like me. Turn on the hot water. Hot water knob. The steam from the hot water is immediately sucked into the extractor fan. Try moving the screws from the cover, but the ends of the letter opener doesn't fit into the crosses on the heads of the screws. Oh. I was like, how do you leave? And the guide actually says to leave the bathroom. Click on the image of the door and the mirror. Alright, use the letter opener on the horse head. File down the letter opener. I'm sure everyone thought of this. Nice. Made a screwdriver. Stone is so rough that it wears down the end of the letter opener remarkably fast. Put the tip of the letter opener into the cross on the heads of the screws, and I have screws. Put the towel with care so that it blocks the movement of the fan blades. Screw the cover back on. Nice. Well, why? Because we have to make steam, so we can see the word alchemy. Alchemy, now you remember. It was you who wrote the word there by mixing lotion with oil, so it wouldn't be easy to clean off. Are you ready for this, God's black arm? I'm now going to cut open all the paintings. Slip the fabric on the back of the picture, but there's nothing hidden underneath. Slip the fabric on the back of the picture, but there's nothing hidden underneath. Slip the back of the fabric. Slip the fabric on the backs of all three pictures, but we don't find a hidden message behind any of them. What? Put the fabric on the back of the picture, and underneath you find something that you no doubt put there yourself. Nice. Card with cutouts. This should trigger a memory. Welcome card. Nothing happened. What did you hide in there? Try to force open and sticking your fingernails under the edge, but as one was up, it doesn't open. Put your packs and blah 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 blah. Letter opener. Don't even think about slicing into a work by the great Dory. Don't even think about it. Mildly worried that it didn't do what it said it's supposed to do. Right, mouse, please. What if Revolution? OMG. Nice word. Alchemy Revolution. How do I... It says leave to leave the room. Oh, I misunderstood it. Feel better knowing that your mother is just one phone call away. She's the only thing that links you to your past. On the front desk. Revolution.
What do you know about my suicide attempt?
Nothing. Well, that Mr. White found you and he took you to a hospital in some kind of private ambulance. He made sure no one was the wiser. We don't want any scandals here.
Did I have any visitors?
Not a single one, monsieur, yesterday. I'm sorry to say that your behavior was very boring. Despite the fact that I dropped the price of my very best girls as much as 20%. Have you had a change of heart?
No, thank you.
25%? 30?
Who's been in the room since my previous visit?
Only Mr. White, the maid, Matthew from maintenance, and
Matthew
me.
from maintenance.
But not a single guest. Someone has to clean the room, even if there are no guests, sir. By the way, if you're interested in her, be in the room tomorrow when she comes to clean it. She's new and frisky. Free fun dance on the first visit. I just went to leave a small welcome gift on the terrace a little while ago, monsieur. The maid noticed that the extractor fan in the bathroom was not working, so I sent Matthew to fix it.
Somebody shoved a towel in there.
Mr. White came to the hotel because you called him. He went up to the room, and that was when he found you half dead.
Dream him. Thank you.
Is this hotel named after Gustave Doré, the artist?
Mais no. It's named after, well, another Doré, who's also an artist in his own way. The funny thing is that he's a great-great-grandson of the original Doré.
See.
Give me the envelope, Albert. Revolution, alchemy.
We're getting back our memory, huh? I'll bring it right up. Here you go, monsieur, yesterday.
Thanks a lot, Albert.
Their photos? Huh? Pretty photos. Naked, dirty, trashy, filthy, lascivious. If you don't have a buyer, I can find you one. 10% discount if I can watch.
Good night, Albert.
Oh, I see. That bulge must be some kind of toy. I'll leave you alone. Pervert.
What? He called me the pervert? Open the envelope and find 2 gifts you left for yourself. You got some swimming goggles and the Evergreen 1853. Swim goggles. Gonna need those. Envelope. I dreamed him. Oh yeah, the Evergreen was something we learned in the intro. Bet you guys forgot about that.
I'm starting to remember things, Henry.
The envelope, swimming goggles, and this note that says the Evergreen, which we learned about in the intro during the chess moves.
I didn't try to kill myself, Henry. Someone forced me to swallow the mercury.
What are you saying? I'll send a bodyguard. I'll call Lori. I'm sure we have someone in Paris. Don't leave the hotel. Someone will come for you.
The last time I was in the hotel, I hid something.
Interesting. What could it be? Well, call me if you find it. Remember that anything you turn up, no matter how minor, can help us save lives.
Do the words "The Evergreen 1852" mean anything to you?
Of course. It's the name of a legendary chess match. Anderson moves the knight to e7 and defeats Dufresne in 24 moves.
E7, you can't put your finger on why, but it sounds familiar. It was in the intro. Thank you. Blah, 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 blah. Oh. Put on the goggles. Put on the goggles and you look under the bubbles. Outlined in fluorescent paint, an 8x8 square of tiles. Your work, no doubt. Oh. Locate the tile corresponding to square E7 on a chessboard. Pry it out with the letter opener and fall a small package wrapped in plastic. I'm a genius. Unfold the plastic and find a key. Nice. Ooh, what?
Oh my god, 1,000 views already? Notification gang, holla!
Yo, hello and welcome from Trinet Stream. Thank you, Trinet. Hope La Epoch was going good. Lepoch, the Tupac was going well. Rue Moreau. Decide to visit tomorrow, and just then... Not the first time the image of the girl comes to mind, whoever she is. It's Nico's daughter. Nico and George's daughter. They let you. I didn't read the first part. No question about it. It's the girl whose image has appeared to you several times. You can't remember anything about her. I like how they both look. Her eyes are up here, buddy. Her eyes are up here. No wonder she looks pissed.
I'm John Yesterday, a specialist in satanic sects.
Now finally you remember. You were here several months ago. Her eyes are up here. Well, thanks again, trying it.
I'm John Yesterday, a specialist in satanic sects.
Thanks for the information, Mr. Yesterday. See that door? Use it to go back where you came from.
I need to find out some things about the relationship between Notre Dame Cathedral and alchemy, and Mr. Petit is one of the few people to have researched this topic.
Find out for yourself. Mr. Petit isn't available.
Have you heard of the Inquisitor, a serial killer who's targeting panhandlers in New York? I believe Mr. Petit can help me find him.
First, you'll have to find Mr. Petit, and I doubt very much that you'll be able to do that.
This whole conversation with this music playing and everything is cracking me up inside.
If you could just tell me where he is.
In hell, Mr. Yesterday.
Wow.
My father committed suicide 2 months ago. Go and look for him there.
Maybe I did.
I'm
Try to.
So sorry. How clumsy of me. Very clumsy. Sorry. Is there any way I can make it up to you? Can I buy you a cup of coffee?
I should say no.
Are you afraid? Of what?
Of you, John. These months have brought a little peace to my shitty little world. Now you'll be leaving. I'm in no position to lose any more male figures in my life.
Hey, it's not the first time we've done this.
Don't be an idiot. I'm talking about my father's diary.
What is going on?
You never told me your father kept a diary.
I don't confide in just anyone. It's full of notes about alchemy, Notre Dame, a satanic sect. Right up your alley. I'll give it to you tomorrow.
I did too, Dream Bim.
And then there'll be nothing left to keep you here.
The diary opened my eyes, Pauline. I have to go to a mental hospital in New York.
You're leaving.
Come with me. I'll get my things from the hotel. You get the diary. We'll meet back at the airport, okay?
I should say no.
You didn't show up. Okay. So that was yesterday. Dun dun dun. All right, it makes sense. So it was the previous conversation. I think that's why it like went from like sad to happy. I think they were having a flashback moment there. When you went to the hotel, someone made you drink quite a lot of mercury. But you can't tell Pauline that. How's she going to believe something like that?
I know what you're here for. You must know where you left it. Take the diary and get out of here.
Wait, now I want to talk to Pauline more. Were you in love with this girl? You seem to remember that you were, but where are your feelings now? Whoever made you swallow that mercury robbed you more than your memory.
I can't remember where the diary is.
It's comforting to know that I'm not the only thing you've forgotten, John. But I won't make the same mistake twice. You've got exactly 2 hours to look for the diary in the back room, and then you're out of here. You can go fuck yourself and leave me in peace. I don't have to put up with this crap.
Oh, what? You lost your memory? Oh, is that Dwayne? And hold on. Hello, not Dwayne, and I forgot the girl's name. This guy looks incredibly like John Goodman in Fucking Amnesia.
Good morning.
At last, a polite young man. Don't you agree, Walter?
Claude.
Are you in Paris on vacation?
Exactly, dear. We're celebrating our undivorce. Walter.
Congratulations.
I'm happy to hear that you've reconciled.
Life gave us another chance, dear. And I swear on my guardian angel that we're going to make the most of it.
Hold on. You talk to these? I just want to talk to them because they look like the Broken Sword couple. You want to hear more about the Undivorce? All right.
Are you in Paris?
Exactly. Walter.
Did you say you just got undivorced?
Exactly. We'd been divorced for just 6 months when Walter had a heart attack. He changed completely, became a totally different person. So I said, do you want to get undivorced? And he said...
There you go.
So you two can't remember why you divorced?
I don't know. Well, we used to fight a lot. Remember how you always used to contradict me, Walter? I know it's hard to tell these things from the outside, but I can assure you that everything's different now.
Is Walter okay? No after effects?
Just the opposite, dear. He's much better like this. Isn't that right, Walter?
Let's see. Scissors? Someone, most likely Pauline, left a pair of scissors on the table. Pick up the scissors without Pauline seeing you. Whoa, Dream Bim, whoa. There's a loop on the dresser, like the kind jewelers use. Pick up the loop, positioning your body to block Pauline's line of vision. Just here to steal everything. Talk to the man in red. Hello. His face is kind of familiar to you, but you don't know where from.
Good morning. Do we know each other?
Absolutely. Since about 5 seconds ago, my friend. Marcel Richard, draftsman at your service.
Do you like antiques, Marcel?
No, to tell the truth, I am hiding from my creditors. If you see a short blonde man who looks like money come in, you let me know.
You wouldn't happen to know anything about alchemy by any chance?
Absolutely. Mix vodka with lemon, whiskey with soda, or rum with pineapple juice. None of these transforms metal into gold, but they do something better. They transform women into goddesses.
I'm looking for a diary. It's supposed to be in the back room, but if you should run across it here...
I shall make it my personal quest, my friend. If I have to kill someone to get your diary, I'll do it.
I just met you. I don't either, Dreamboom. I don't either. I'm very disappointed. Maybe they'll make up later. Maybe they'll make out later. Check the shelves with the bird. These shelves? Raven figure on the top shelf reminds you of another bird. Where did you see it? How long ago? Go through all these shelves and the other ones in the room, but you don't find anything that points you in the direction of Petite's diary. I don't understand it either, Dreamboom, but we have to live with it, because that's how this game goes. Talk to the tourist if you want. We did. Check the tapestry. Look at this tapestry. When you look at the tapestry, it comes back to you.
And it is told that Don Gines de Orduña, a priest, poured mercury from his right hand, sulfur from his left hand, sprinkled salt on top, and lit a fire underneath that blazed white hot like the depths of hell.
Who is that man who's speaking? Do you know him? And, name I can't pronounce. Wasn't he the founder of the Sect of the Flesh? You find Petite's diary and manage to reconcile Pauline. You'll ask her to take the tapestry down so you can examine it. Gotta reconcile with Pauline. Use the key on the door. Door opens with a creak. Take the cross. The runaway cross. It looks like a scale model. The large cross that presides over the back room. Fine now. When you pick up the cross, you notice the unusual method to fasten it to the wall. 4 pivots protruding from its back. Dreamboom. Yeah, Claude, you gotta have Dreamboom like an extra 1 second. Check the shelf with the duck. A pig, a duck, and a marvelous lamp. It seems like a children's story. There's also... Oh, wait, there's a pig. I thought it was a raccoon. Claude. The lamp is heavier than it seems because it's full of oil. It's mine now. This. Wooden box with satanic symbols carved on it. Take the box, open it, and... You ask yourself what these strange wooden pieces could be for. Oh, God. Nice try, Amy. Nice try. Gonna take this. Very faithful scale model of the Notre Dame in Paris. The Notre Dame. You touch the model with your hand and...
Is on the facade. I know it's there somewhere.
Secret is on the facade. Ooh, a table with alchemy symbols. I'll take this. Take the table down and remember...
For the master alchemist, everything is made up of these few elements. The order of the flesh and its unknown carnal work must also be based on them.
What could this hatch be? You open the hatch and... you find a small ultraviolet light, the kind used to verify the authenticity of paper currency. Nice. Something about this wooden bar catches your attention. A Y engraved on one end. This is getting interesting. Hexagonal bar. Just like Resident Evil. Try to open it, but it's locked. Remember having seen this cross before, but when? You mistakenly inspect the cross, but you don't find any traces of Petite's diary. Pivots in the center of the small cross match the holes in the large one, but they're filled in and the pivots won't go in. Oh no. Use the alchemy box on the cross. Notice that the pieces from the box fit in the holes in the arms of the cross, but which goes where? Alright. This guide explains how to solve this puzzle, but it also just shows you the solution to the puzzle at the end. Put the box next to the cross and decide to give it a try. I'll take this piece. Goes here. This piece goes here. Well, you would use this thing to figure out which goes where. Either way, doesn't matter. I have the solution. It's hex solving puzzles. You must have accomplished something, as the 4 holes in the center of the cross are now unblocked. Nice. Whoa. Whoa. Torture. Martyri. Torturez. Alchemy. Katanas. Reina concerned. OMG, is that me? Wait, is that how the game started off?
Hey, scumbag. You disgusting.
That's the guy from the toy in the earlier part of the game?
Shit because you're a scumbag. Huh, you little scumbag? But I'm gonna leave you looking like a princess. Anyone ever give you a manicure?
I found him, Cooper.
Henry? Who?
Boris. He's been in Happy Dale, a mental hospital about an hour from here for the past 2 years.
What the?
Should we go after him? He knows too much.
Toothpick.
No, he's totally around the bend. No one pays any attention to his delusions. I'm sure our friend would like to have a long chat with him. Don't you?
Isn't Vivian an artificial soldier? Yes. Henry. Found you dying in the hotel. Paid whoever it costs to get you well again. I set you on the trail of your past. Knew it. Henry. Look at all these great memories. Your savior, your patron, your torturer. What else is he hiding? What does he want? Continue leafing through Matthias' diary until... Where did the Order of the Flesh meet? Look for Skytail. Look for Skytail in Petite's Antique Shop. And then... For a guy named Boris in Happydale in New York. See. You in love with this girl? You seem to remember. Oh, we already said that. Although you dare not ask her again, you remember.
I don't understand what you mean about doing it for your father.
I saw the same excitement in you that I saw in him. Notre Dame, alchemy, the Order of the Flesh. You're both after the same thing.
What are you afraid of?
The same thing will happen to you as to him. He took his own life, John. I don't know if it was the investigation or what, but he took his own life.
Oh, maybe that's why she's pissed at me?
What was your father like?
My father was a good man. He was quiet, affectionate, solitary. He hardly left the house after my mother died.
Did your father share his hobby with anyone? A friend, for example?
When I was a little girl, yes. A strange man. He went by the name of... Choke, I think. He became stranger and stranger as time went by. One day he disappeared and never came back.
Do you know why you... No, never mind. Excuse me.
Why my father committed suicide? No. He had spent the entire day with an American collector. They made some good deals. The man was going to pay us a lot of money. We were going to restore the store, travel. When I woke up the next morning, he had hanged himself.
She doesn't sound very French.
What if it wasn't his fault?
That's nonsense. But it would be so comforting. If I could blame someone, if I had that person in front of me, I swear I don't know what I'd do.
I love you, Pauline.
Thanks. I would love to be able to say the same, but I've got so much terrible shit going on inside of me, John.
Trust me. I'll take care of you.
Don't fuck with me, John. My mother left. My father left. And you'll end up leaving too in the end.
Check the diary. The skizzers on the diary. Considering how much you still don't know, cutting the rubber band around the diary is essential to achieving your goal. Does she have to get naked to tell you that? Yes. You know, I don't know if I should tell the story. Pete's diary. Nice. Use the rubber band around this thing. No, yes. Roll the rubber band onto the hexagonal bar without stretching it. Nice. Ultraviolet. Oh my god. Skytail was a system used by the Spartans to encode their messages. Cinder wrapped a leather strap around a faceted bar and wrote the text. Message received only the strip, impossible to decipher on its own, and delivered it to the recipient. There's the bar identical to that of the sender, and he was able to decipher the message. Wow. St. Fergus Church. Blah blah Scotland. You have what you came for. There's nothing to keep you something. There's someone who deserves an explanation.
Amnesia.
I was poisoned with mercury. Some things I don't know, but I do have some answers, thanks to your father's diary. Henry White is...
Henry White will be most pleased to learn this.
Oh, no.
The diary. I killed the girl, just like I killed her father.
What? Oh my god! Oh, she's dead. No! Oh!
Hands up. Get out, you bastard. Get out, or I'll make you drink mercury again after I finish off the girl. Out.
It's okay, we don't know who she is anyway. I think she was pretending to be French to begin with. Check the hatch. He's one of the drawers behind the counter. Open it with care to avoid making noise. Voila, the keys are there. Amy is being overrun by a bot. Anyways, use the keys on the locked door at the top level. Oops, bunch of keys. After trying various keys, you find the one that fits in the lock. Unlocked door. Lamp of oil on the door. Throw the door hinges, something that doesn't, for the moment, help you in any way whatsoever. But by dumb luck, you just did something that will save you an unpleasant surprise in the future. Nice, that would have killed me. See me die. You unlock the door and open it with care and become samurai. It's a shame that you don't know how to sword fight. Or do you? But he's got a gun. Not the first time you've wielded a sword like this. 3 months. 3 months ago? Searching? Death. Or maybe... Death is not your destiny. This game just does whatever it wants. So did Broken Sword. Suddenly back at Nico's apartment. This is all gonna end. This whole cutscene here is just gonna end with us in Pauline's apartment. Like, wow, can't believe you took out that guy.
You are late.
I trained in the mountains. Samurai Jack.
Did you find what you are seeking? I'm not seeking it anymore. I don't even remember what it was.
Ah, your memory. And now, what are you seeking?
Your teachings.
You already have them.
But... and swordsmanship?
You are not ready.
And the unknown sense?
You are not ready.
When will I be?
Bring me a truth flower.
And you'll teach me to use the unknown sense?
Bring me a truth flower.
The Adolf, the blind master.
Why can't I hold the katana, master?
Pick it up.
Can I take it with me?
If you take it out of this room, I'll replace the yak's skull with yours.
You don't like this guy. Which one? The blind guy or the bald guy?
What is the unknown sense, master?
In reality, it is nothing more than knowing how to fight in the dark. But I thought it would sound more mystical if I called it unknown sense. Am I right?
What is the truth flower?
An ordinary flower from an ordinary bush. But basically, and where you're concerned, it's an ordinary mindfuck to test you.
I believe there is a truth flower on a nearby peak on top of a nest.
That's true. But unless you learn to fly, you're going to have a hard time. Think, young disciple.
Why do you want me to bring you a truth flower and not something else?
Because that will demonstrate that you have the wisdom, the patience, and the perseverance required to learn control of the unknown sense.
I understand.
Bah! Do you know what it is? We masters like to feel like gods. And gods like to pose arbitrary challenges. Don't eat this apple. Don't work on Saturday. Don't touch yourself there.
How come our guy always looks depressed? In every cutscene, he just keeps looking further and further down.
What are we having for dinner today?
Zampa.
What will we have for dinner tomorrow?
Zampa.
What will we have for dinner the day after tomorrow?
Zampa.
Shall we play?
Let's play.
How many fingers you want to hold out? 3. I already guess the total number of fingers you can be holding out. 3.
3? You could be bluffing, but I say 5. Let's take a look. No winner. What a pity.
What a pity. I can't wait to do that until I win. A book with blank pages that don't act. The blind man reads every night. Nice. About time the master let you fight with katana, resting in the jaws of the dragon yak. Those you were wearing when you got here. Check the stationery. Oh, I guess that was that. I understand why the master has it closed on a day like this. Can't reach the window to open it, and your master doesn't let you on his prayer altar. Says, take the ladle from the water jar. Water you drink in the ladle for measuring out your daily ration. Well, you've already consumed your daily ration of water from the jar. You don't see any problem with taking the ladle you used to collect it. Nice. Who said anything about this game being weird? This is up to par for Pendulo Studios. Perfectly regular. balcony. How do I get out of here? Incense burner that never burns out. Incense is of no use to you. You understand why Olak, the blind master, has so many candles and lanterns. You don't need the candle. Please have tea with your master at sundown. Nothing on the table interests you at the moment. Come on, Shadow Labyrinth. Candle is not lit. Decide not to take the lantern. One of the unusual scenarios of your apprenticeship. All the time you've been there, you've never seen a bird alight there. It's too far away. Exit to middle entryway. It died despite the fact that the soil it's planted in is rich and fertile. The advice covering the soil prevents you from pulling up the dead bush. So are you using to carry your belongings when you arrived? Leave the slab beside it. Take the rope that you used to tie your belongings to it. While still being held at gunpoint, yes. We are having a flashback to that time we trained in the mountains to learn swordsmanship, to become the last samurai. Take the planks left over there. 4 planks left over from when you repaired the floor of the meditation room. Pick up the 4 planks, all still in good shape despite the bad weather. It appears to be endless. Let's check this. Icicles look like fangs. Couldn't take any of the icicles even if you wanted to, because you can't reach them or break them off with your hands. Let's see. Maybe I've been adding new questions, they just haven't come up yet. Back inside. Back the door. Entrance to the meditation room. I like when point-and-click adventure games like allow you to just instantly walk somewhere rather than like if I double-click in an area, it takes me there instantly, or I can single-click and it just like he slowly walks over there. I mean, if we wanted it to be more realistic, I can teleport around like Goku. Use the razor on. Oh god. On the meditation door, ram door. Use razor to unscrew the metal monster faces to decorate the doors. Nice. Maybe learn teleport in his training. Exactly. Oh no. The moment we've all waited for.
Can I have some more water?
Yes, but you'll be taking my ration for the day. You can be sure that I'll get it back this very day if I have to drink it directly from your open belly.
Shall we play?
Let's play.
Alright, here we go. I want to hold out 2 fingers. I'm going with 5.
5? You could be bluffing, but I say 1. Let's take a look. No winner. What a pity.
Shall we play?
Let's play. 5? You could be bluffing, but I say 2. Let's take a look. I win. I'll add another glass of water to the ones you already owe me.
Shall we play?
Let's play. 4? You could be bluffing, but I say 7. Let's take a look. No winner. What a pity.
Shall we play?
Let's play. 4? You could be bluffing, but I say 3. Let's take a look. I win. I'll add another glass of water to the ones you already owe me.
Shall we
What?
play?
Yeah. I don't remember that one. But I do. Wait, you talking about in the back alley? Where they're like, you have to get the answer from the other back alley?
4? You could be bluffing, but I say 5. Let's take a look.
Oh.
I win. I'll add another.
Shall we play?
Let's play. 4? You could be bluffing.
Maybe
but I
Miglix.
say 5. Let's take a look.
God.
I win. I'll add another.
Shall we play?
Let's
Shall we play?
5? You could 7. Let's.
No
winner. What a pity.
Shall we play?
Let's play. 5? You could 7. Let's take. I'll add.
Shall we play?
Let's play.
I wonder if there's any consistency to this.
7? You could be 6. Let's take a look. I win. I'll add another.
Shall we play?
Let's play.
You just have to win once.
6? You could be 7. Let's.
I'm.
Shall we play? Let's play.
There's got to be some sort of like actual like combination, a true combination.
6? You could 4. No winner.
Maybe not.
Shall we play?
Let's play.
I'll pick the first 2 numbers I see in chat every time.
6?
Till we get
You
this right.
could 2. Let's take a look. I win. I'll add another glass of water to the ones.
Shall we play?
Let's play.
Shall we play? Let's play.
You could 3. Let's take a. I win. I'll add.
Guy's too smart.
Shall we play?
Let's play. 3? You could 0. Let's take a look.
0. It's gonna be funny if you picked 1.
I'll add.
Shall we play?
Let's play. 0. You could 4. Let's take.
What?
I win. I'll add another glass of water to the ones you already owe me.
See if there's a true answer. Gotta check out the Google. What is this? What do we call this? I am getting owned. Here, y'all pick 2 numbers.
Let's play.
Somebody pick 2 numbers that are on the screen here.
5, you could be bluffing, but I say 2. Let's take a look. I win. I'll add another glass of water to the ones you already owe me.
Ba, 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 ba. I don't even know how to search for this.
Shall we play?
Let's play.
We'll do 4 and then 5, and then 1 and then 5. 4 and 5.
You could be 6. Let's take a look.
Oof.
No winner.
Alright, 1 and 5.
Shall we play?
Let's play. 5, you could 3. Let's take a look.
Ah.
I
Too
win.
good.
I'll add another glass of water to the ones you already owe me.
Shall we play?
Let's play.
We play. 4.
5, you could 6. Let's take a look. I
Good.
win. I'll add another glass of water to the ones you already owe me.
Let's
Shall we
try.
play?
Let's play.
2. 3.
3, you could be bluffing, but I say 7. Let's take a look. I win. I'll add another glass of water to the ones you already owe me.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I hate the way this guide is written. Alright. Take the katana, remembering that when you leave the room, you'll put it back in the jaws of the dragon yak. You had to solve a puzzle in this room before playing with him, but it mentions the puzzle after playing with him. Reach out and use the tip of the katana to open the window. So he's blind, right?
Shall we play?
Let's play.
So you can see the number of fingers in the shadow. But the guide doesn't mention this until afterwards.
4, you could be bluffing, but I say 6. Let's take a look. Did you win? That's enough. Pick one of my treasures.
We have to get all 3 of them.
That's what you want. It's yours.
But luckily, it's easy to do if you have the window open.
Shall we play?
Let's play. 4, you could be bluffing, but I say 3. Let's take a look.
Easy every
Did
time.
you win? That's enough. Pick one of my treasures. That's what you want. It's yours.
Shall we play?
Let's play.
And 5.
7? You could be bluffing, but I say 9. Let's take a
Dream
look.
big. 7.
Did you win? The last of my treasures is yours.
Thank you. Easy every time. What did I get the last one? Oh. We got more screws. Let's see. Find the decorations. Monster faces. Using the razor as a screwdriver, you screw the monster face into the planks and make a very solid board of sorts. Every bit of this looks great. Won't help you reach the nest. What? Hit him. Hit him. Too risky. Did he know I was cheating, TMB? Maybe he thought I just wanted the window open. Turn the prayer wheel. Prayer windmills, drawing speaking prayers. Make the windmill spin, releasing prayers depicted on it to the wind. Has an ominous sound. No matter how hard you hit it with your hand, it won't make any sound. Someone made the road disappear during the night. The log is too heavy for you to lift by yourself. Cereals and legumes. Ate just one bag. Corn. Take a handful of corn kernels. I was gonna say, I bet you could tell that there were two different objects here, and then I remember that you can do this and see that there's several objects there. Just a long plank on the log. Rest the plank on the wall and slide the other end under the log. Back on the other end. Nice. Look at all these sacks I had. Use the rope on the bell ringer. After tying the rope to the log, remove the bags and the plank, which are now forever removed from my inventory. Ring the bell. Bird from our dream.
You have shown that you possess the ingenuity that I suspected you had. And in doing so, you have earned the right to learn the art of sword fighting. I will teach you to clean it, parry, block, attack, disarm, and forgive.
And forgive. Here we go. And forgive. Oh.
What? I'm gonna go to New York and I'll talk with Boris. I need to do this. Take everything your father gathered about alchemy and you head to Scotland. We'll meet up at Inverness Airport and we'll find St. Fergus Church together. You got that?
I just can't say no.
Aww. They made up.
Pauline?
Yes?
There is one little thing that I haven't told you yet.
What?
I love you.
Aww. Happy Dale, you'll be mad to go elsewhere.
Please understand that this is highly irregular. Only the donations Mr. White makes to this institution and the hopelessness of Boris's case have persuaded me to let you conduct this experiment. Remember the rules. No touching him, no waking him up, no upsetting him. If anything happens, alert the orderly, Ernie. He'll know what to do. Good luck, Mr. Yesterday.
Thank you.
Hello, Boris.
Joke? Joke!
Who's this joke?
It's taken a long time, but I knew you'd come. After what you did for me.
No, Boris, no,
You don't remember? They were torturing me in that warehouse. The only way to get in was through the rooftop. You climbed up that chimney and... you did it.
OMG. So this guy... This guide mentions that this, the section I was just in is somewhere from Runaway 3. Have to get inside this warehouse to save Boris. Alright, let's go. What have you got to lose? Nothing, because you've got nothing. Take a few seconds, close your eyes and take a deep breath. Smile nervously at the thought that this will be your last act in this life. Question, as always, is whether there will be another life after this one. Aim for the bushes. What does any of this have to do with saving Boris? Oh no.
I was that guy.
You died for me, Choke. And then you saved me.
I don't understand any of this. Evidently, I didn't die. How did I survive?
How were you able to live through that? You killed yourself, Choke. You were dead as a doornail.
Not dead.
How do you know that I'm this Choke person?
By your voice. It's the same voice you had when you became young again.
Who were those people who were torturing you?
Two fucking punks. Laurel and Hardy, an asshole version.
Tell me about the fat guy.
He came out of nowhere with a gun and emptied the chamber. The last shot was right in the middle of your head.
Tell me about the thin guy.
Henry White. He seemed like a lamb when you started having fun with him, scaring him, but who would have guessed that he was a fucking sadist?
How did we get to that industrial park?
You don't remember? It's because you died again since. I don't know why you have to go and forget everything each time you die. It makes no sense. We arrived in the torturer's van. They had just killed you, and you came back to life. But instead of being old like you were before, you were young, and you had the same voice as you do now. You pulled the tape off my mouth, and I brought you up to date.
He looks so happy.
You're crazy. How could I come back to life?
Hey, you're the one who does weird shit, Joke. So I'm not the crazy one here.
Who are you?
They call me Boris. I live in Cadway Station, and I'm your only friend.
I can't remember anything. I don't know who I am.
You're Joke. You're immortal. Well, no, you are mortal. Until you're not.
What do they want from us?
I don't know. I only know that they aren't going to burn us. Sounds good, doesn't it?
Let's get out of here. Let's go.
I can't, Joke. I have a broken leg. You go. We're wasting time. Do it now!
You could have seen all this coming. What a plot twist.
Let's get them out.
Oh, and thank you for reminding me, Amy.
Shit! Bastard. Where's the other one?
Easy, Cooper.
Where the hell's Joke?
You can't have closed the door properly. It opened and his body fell out. I'm gonna go look for it.
Should I come with you?
Stay here. And make sure the other one doesn't die on us. I want him to be alive when I get back. Understood?
You could have taken off right then. Who was I to you? If you couldn't remember me and hardly believed me, but you decided to save me. Joke. Me!
You look at all these subway tokens I have. Locked and just as electrified as the rest of the fence. You don't see any mechanism for opening it. Look closely at one of the tokens. An image appears in your head and you realize that you are the old man flipping this coin. Strange as it seems, you're starting to believe Boris. How about worn out tires? In spite of the weight, you decide to take the tires with you. Clamp holds the gate shut. Won't be able to open the door as long as this clamp is in place. Use these tokens on the clamp. Use the edge of one of the tokens to loosen the clamp screw, and I've obtained clamp. Pick up the wooden beam. Looks like it comes from the train tracks. The grasps, you know, its density and strength. I don't know, Claude. The guide that I'm using still has like 1/4 of page downs, 1/4 of the scroll bar. There we go. Left of it. I'm going based on the amount. Like, I only had 2 hours of playtime when I started this game. Like, the Steam thing said I only played for like 2 hours. But my backlog says I beat this game, so I assume I somehow just rushed through it. But we're at 2 hours and like 30 minutes basically, based on when I actually started the game. I've also had to use the restroom for like the past hour, but I keep not stopping because I keep thinking we can finish this game before trivia ends, but I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, we're gonna play this out to the end because I don't want to continue. Like I said, there's only like a fourth of a scroll bar left, so I don't want to finish this next week. I'd rather finish it today. I also need to use the restroom. Alright, everyone gets a quick restroom break. How do you pause the game? Spacebar. Alright, enjoy the sound of crickets. Hello. Anyways, while we wait for anyone that might have left to use the restroom. Not today, Amy. I'd like to hear people's genuine opinion of the game thus far, while we wait 30 seconds. Right. Alright, good reviews. Rain Bam's intrigued. I see. I'd rather watch this than Toonstruck. Me too. I think it's pretty good. It's not as good as Broken Sword, but it reminds me a lot of Broken Sword in a variety of different ways. Suddenly, another railroad car comes to mind in another station. And you pull the latch. A roll of packing tape. I'll take this. The roll is practically new. White Tech Business Material. You search through the boxes and find a professional camera. Pile of discarded things. Oops. You take the circular saw blade that's quite sharp. Nice. Amber's is covering something up. Grab the canvas and find out what's underneath. A tripod. Surveyor's level on a tripod. Decide to take the surveyor's level without having a very good idea of how it can help you. Look at all this stuff in my inventory. We're carrying around a set of tires, a big wooden plank, a whole canvas, and a tripod. Where are you going to record on this video? Oh. Place the camera on the tripod and you check that it's held securely in place. Set the camera there with very specific intention. What is it? Remember Boris's words.
That's it. Dying and coming back to life left you so traumatized that it gave you amnesia.
Must be crazier than Boris if you're starting to believe something like that. But you set up the camera for filming and...
My name is Choke. And yours? The same. If you're alive, then I am not crazy. You want to know who you are? And what this is about? Pay close attention. You've got to rescue a guy named Boris, who's being held prisoner in the...
After recording your message, you take the camera back. Nice. The White Enterprises logo recessed into the stonework of the chimney. If the logo were more recessed, there'd be room for you to put your foot in it to boost yourself up to the lowest rung. Why can't I just use this instead? Alright, time to combine items. This and this. You wedge the circular saw blade into the crack of wood that holds it in place more or less securely. Alright? Combine this with this. Use the clamp to secure the saw blade to the wood, tightening it with one of the tokens. 95 points. Congratulations. I definitely need to add new questions. Regison also got 1 point. Also, there was a question that was not answered. Alright. Strike the logo with all your might and make a small hole in it. Nice. Chocolatier, it's a cell phone game. Amy, we're gonna finish this game out. I don't know if we'll have time for trucks. We're gonna finish this out though. Finish the fight. Stick a foot in the hole in the logo, and... we didn't even put our foot in there. Take the can of red paint. Whoever painted the top of the chimney must have been a little bit absent-minded. Pick up the can of paint and the paintbrush lying on top of it. Time? Question mark? Oh, to jump? Find the camera with the rubber tires. Press the camera into the tires to protect your recording. Canvas with the rubber tires. Wrap the camera and the tires in the canvas. Tape the bundle with the camera, tires, and canvas. We did, Nuglix. Are you afraid? Not yet, Dreambin. We just have to make sure the camera's okay. Use the paint with this thing. And you remember Boris's words.
You know, even though you come back 30 years younger, there'll be something that remains. Scar on your hand.
You decide to paint the Y symbol on the canvas. Throw this over the side. You cross your fingers hoping the bundle falls to the roof and... now we jump. The door of the warehouse seems to be open. Alright, let's go. Smiled nervously at the thought that this would be your last act in this life. Let's go. Aim for the bushes. Aim for the bushes. Oh, your mouse or mine? Do a flip. Ooh. You think it hurts? After searching the entire warehouse, you still can't find any trace of Boris or Cooper. You have to investigate more thoroughly. Machine parts inside the cans, you guessed that the warehouse was used for an assembly line for technology products. But there's nothing in these cans that can help you. Garbage can full of machine parts and cables from when they dismantled and closed down the warehouse. An RCA cable at the bottom of the can. Could be pressed a valve or temperature control for the oven, but it's broken. Press the on button, but nothing happens. This? Bursting cabinet with an axe behind glass. Canvas. Wrap your hand in the canvas, close your fist, and... Ow. Take the axe carefully to avoid cutting yourself. Not very PNC. Oh, point and click. What do you mean it's not very point and click? I've had to combine like 30 items to get one result. I mean, I'm mostly following a guide, and so occasionally it tells me to talk to everyone. There was the tourist I didn't have to talk to, so I didn't. Stuff like that. I mean, there's not a lot of dialogue options, but most of the dialogue stuff, I already know what the actual dialogue option I have to pick is from this guide. I just go through all of them for the sake of content. Like, I didn't need to talk to the master. I just needed to play the game. There was actually 2 options I never went through with the master. So I don't know. It feels very point and click to me. Where are we going? Let's check the oven. Are you an oven? Open the oven. Are you the oven? I wonder what they're burning here. As long as it's not that Boris person. Have I played Gabriel Knight? Alright, Dream Boom, let's hear your opinion of Gabriel Knight. Dream Boom. My respect for you just dropped dramatically. My respect for your opinion of point-and-click games just dropped so dramatically it went into yesterday. Gabriel Knight is definitely one of the worst point-and-click adventure games I've ever played. I would say, actually, out of all the games we've played for trivia, it's probably the second worst, actually, compared to Sam & Max. Press the button. I could be smoking. That game was terrible. There was like 4,000 dialogue options that led absolutely nowhere. And most of them had nothing to do with anything. Opening the oven, but there has to be another release button somewhere. Tune stuck rated high. That's the cool part. No, that was stupid. There's a lot in Gabriel Knight that if I had not been using a guide, I am pretty sure I would have quit Gabriel Knight really early on, because there was just too much mediocrity and boring. It was just really, really boring. There's a whole lot of uninteresting things that I'm glad I skipped. I started doing them at first, and I was like, this is the stupidest thing. I'm not doing any of these things. Yeah, I hate games like the... Well, I don't hate because I've never played the Silver Case. But I know that you and LCC have a unique bond that you share with certain kinds of games that I don't enjoy. From Grasshopper. Yeah, I didn't like Ghost Trick. The game was terrible. I could be inside. Try to open it, but it's locked and doesn't budge. our axe on this. After a pair of axe blows to the lock, the door swings open and, rummaging around a bit, you find a plan that interests you. Plan. LCC knew it was a bad idea. A bullet hole. Someone doesn't want to be seen. Not going to fix the monitor by hitting it. Still don't know what this one's for. Alright, this is the plans. This is the buttons. At least I like the first broken sword. Dude, LCC. Y'all know I like it. Use the cable on the video out hole. Connect the RC cable in the hope that it does some good. Use the professional camera on the cable. Nice. Use the red button. You press the button, the viewer on the camera shows a different image. Of course, you finally found him. Or not. Now you know he's only in a room with a generator, but where's that room? Try not to close the viewer on the camera. Let's see. Use the plan on the letter A switch. By relating the letters on the switches to the plan, you find out what zone of the warehouse each one corresponds to. General. Left interior. Left interior. Right interior. Right interior. Generator. Left exterior. Left exterior. Uh-huh. Wait, speaking of the silver case, Dreambin, when are you gonna live out your streaming fantasy with all the typewriter sound effects and stuff? The technology is getting even more out there. Your original idea is going to get stolen by somebody eventually.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. I'm the digital man. That's when he's going to do it. Tomorrow. What F? The generator room. That's where Boris is. May. Flip the switch and... bingo. Now it's just a matter of time. Tomorrow. What?
Impulse, leap, jab, and final attack. Master this well, young
Hey.
disciple, or you'll never master the strike of the tiger.
What about the forgive part? Oh my god.
Well done, young disciple. Keep doing that, and one day you'll master the unknown sense.
Trivia over. We're gonna finish up yesterday, which could be another hour. There's a trapdoor on the oven floor, no doubt where Cooper came from. Getting to it seems like no simple matter. Rip the animated backgrounds. Easy peasy. I'm gonna finish trivia yesterday. Yes. You flip the switch for the generator room again and study the screen, but you don't discover anything new. Clearly, you'll have to go there through the trapdoor in the oven. I mean, you don't even need... So you don't even have to do VTuber stuff. You could do all that with PNGs. Everything you just said. Pulsating and everything. That's the low effort way. By PNGs, I mean you create an animated GIF by using PNGs to create a pulsating sensation every time you talk. And then you just have it spin, you just have an animated GIF spinning when you're not talking. You don't even have to learn how to YouTube or anything. You just have to know how to use Photoshop. It says press the green button over this green button? This green button. This green button. Here, click. You just released the door to the oven. He's dead. Fire. Canvas. Wrap yourself in the fireproof blanket and decide to go directly to the trapdoor Cooper came out of. Let's go! Fortunately, smiling on you. But you know what? Oh my god. I'm dead.
Choke?
Truth hits you in the face and explodes into questions. Who are you in reality? John yesterday? Choke?
Joke? Is that you?
How many? Oh, I didn't read it. And above all, why are you coming back to life?
I have to go, but I'll come back for you.
I was reading the guide. Why does your memory fail you?
Today is my Danny's birthday, okay?
Happy birthday. Why do you have that scar on your hand? Try to find the answers to all these questions in the same place. St. Fergus Church in Divlease Woods, Canada.
We have to take advantage of the daylight we have left. I'll start unloading things. You take a look, okay?
Suddenly, something irresistibly draws your attention. Your journey is getting closer and closer to its endpoint. Is it? You know, broken sword ends in a church. Like Petite's cross, it doesn't seem like you need to insert anything into the center of this one. No matter how much you feel around the center of the cross, you don't find any hole or mechanism. If you see a goat, then it's truly broken sword. There's a mound of dirt around the cross. Scratch the dirt around the cross, but it would take centuries for you to dig it up with your fingernails. Good thing I have this refrigerator. Shame that thing of such beauty has ended up like this. Must be in love with Notre Dame because the rose window bears a strong resemblance to the ones in the Parisian cathedral. Examine the panes of glass in search of some hidden meaning, but you don't find it. Let's check the area on the left of the pole. Downings are the same as the ones in the facade of Notre Dame. Remember a letter that Henry told you about, sent by a Spanish captain of the Grand Inquisitor in 1501. Thankfully, Your Excellency saw the relationship between the Order of the Flesh and the Holy Cathedral of Our Lady of Paris. It led us to uncover the evil in an apparently holy church. When you touch the stone and notice the medallions, you remember
Gines de Ordoña, the leader of the Order of the Flesh, commissioned exact replicas of the medallions on the facade of Notre Dame for a church he was planning to build. Do you understand, Choc? If we find the church, we find the Order of the Flesh.
A brush with coarse bristles and a broken handle. Pick up the scrub brush, but you can't find the missing part of the handle. That's okay, we'll combine it with our definitely not a refrigerator. OMFG. There is a randomized object on this screen. You're searching for a set of batteries. Alright, everybody, it's time to play observation duty. Maybe he used to be the cult leader? It's possible. This is the guy from Runaway. Left and right edge of the rock ledge. St. Fergus Lake. I don't understand this. Rock ledge at bottom right. I don't see batteries anywhere. Top of the mountain at left. Anything that looks like batteries. Let me see, hold on. If anybody sees the batteries, let me know. See what walkthroughking.com says. Top of the mountain in the left foreground. Oh my god. That was like right up here. So the other thing is they're not shown by the hotspot marker according to these guides. What are these 4 batteries doing here? Look at the batteries doing that. After having been outdoors, they might not work anymore. That was the dumbest thing. Like apparently it's not, you can't see it from, it's not a hotspot mark. You just have to like find them randomly. I don't know if they're required or anything. Maybe it's for a secret ending. Enter the ruins of the church. Keyboard Pain Cat making his way back, just as Claude predicted. What's she doing just chilling out here? Hello. You haven't dared to tell her what you learned at Happy Dale?
You holding up okay?
More or less. The trip was exhausting.
Thanks for schlepping through all those miles for me.
I couldn't refuse. But you're right, it was exhausting. I was in pretty good shape up to Glasgow, but then exhaustion got the better of me. I parked in front of a motel next to the highway and slept 3 hours in the car. But it looks like it wasn't enough.
I'm in the same shape as you are. This jet lag is killing me.
Let's take advantage of the few hours of daylight we have left, John.
It'll be dark in a little while, and we won't be able to do anything but sleep.
Let's make use of the time we have left. Then we'll bed down in the Jeep.
Together?
Of course, numbskull.
In that case, I'm praying that it gets dark real soon.
Don't get your hopes up. We're too tired to take advantage of the night.
Finding anything interesting in your father's diary?
No, nothing that can directly link him to this place.
I'm sorry I got you mixed up in all this, Pauline.
Don't be sorry. Otherwise, I never would have met you. And that's the only thing that's keeping me going.
Aww.
I found a cross that's very similar to the one your father built.
Oh, yeah? The diary mentions an identical one. Could the one you found have been the model it was based on?
It's possible, yes. The American guy who had dinner with your father the night before they killed him. I think it was Henry White.
Me too. But one thing's clear. He ordered my father's murder, and I swear that I'm gonna make him pay for it.
I think I remember meeting your father.
What? When?
Careful, you can't tell her that you were choked. Not yet.
I don't know. They're just random flashbacks, but I did meet him. You told me about a friend of your father's. Choke.
A weird guy. He was sick in the head. He had a strange fascination with the Inquisition. It was like he wanted to go back there or something. I was scared of him. He shouted a lot. He got angry with my father. One day, they argued so much that my father kicked him out, and I never saw him again. My father never told me what it was about.
Never saw him again, you say?
When we first met, when I told you to meet me at the airport, did anything disappear from the store?
No, nothing. Well, part of the mercury my father had on hand, but it was you who took it just before you disappeared. You told me that it could hold the key.
Then I returned to the hotel, and Marcel used it to poison me, and...
I haven't told Pauline the truth. Without any evidence to back you up, she'll think you're nuts. She thinks you're here to look for evidence that shows that Henry is the Inquisitor, the serial killer of vagrants.
And when I came out of the coma, I had lost my memory. Finding anything interesting in your father's diary?
But there is something in here about the cross. Mercury in the right arm, sulfur in the left, salt in the top end, and fire in the base.
Finding anything interesting in your father's diary?
There's one phrase that strikes me in particular. Mercury to remember. It's a quotation from Paracelso, it seems. But in your case, it was just the opposite, since in the end, it was the mercury that made you lose your memory, right?
Thank you, not Nico. Take all the chemicals. Salt. It's hard to believe something so common is so important in alchemy. But it was, just as salt has been the reason behind innumerable wars and was used as currency in many civilizations. What you've seen in the ruins, you're pretty sure you're going to need some salt. If you thought I was going to fill my inventory with all these jars and this pot and this shovel and whatever this is, and maybe even this car, you are absolutely correct. Vinegar, one of the most effective cleaning products that exists in antiquity. You know that this vinegar will be useful for you for one thing or another. You look at the bottom of the sulfur.
Hey, Cho, did you know that in Sanskrit the word sulfur is the same as the word for enemy?
Might the sulfur help you in the same way the piece of wood marked with its symbol did in the antique shop? Mercury. It's paradoxical that you can barely remember anything, are one of the few people with a memory of how it tastes. Delicious. When you're picking up the bottle of mercury, you repeat to yourself, I've got to stop drinking. Gold dust. Pick up the bottle of gold dust. You look at the bottle of zinc.
Did you know that the first person to catalog zinc as a metal was Paracelso, the greatest alchemist in history?
Not really knowing what zinc is good for, you pick up the bottle that contains it. Cobalt. Its name comes from the German word kobold, a word that you'd know if you could remember that in another life you were a computer nerd. What? All mineral enthusiasts know that cobalt gives you a lot to play with. Alcohol. Pick up a small bottle of clear alcohol. An iron cooking pot. I'll take this. Pot will probably come in handy if you find out or remember the role alchemy played in the Order of the Flesh. When did Pauline get the brilliant idea of bringing a shovel along? In light of the circumstance, you have no doubt that you're going to need this shovel. Small camping stove. Come back to you. Fill the cooking pot with clean cold water. Nice. Alright, time to combo things. Vinegar plus water. Pour a generous shot of vinegar into the pot. Leave the pot on the stove. Use the refrigerator on the camp stove. Heat the water or vinegar in the pot for a few minutes. Remove the pot from the hot stove. Let's see, use the scrub brush with the pot. You dip the scrub brush in the hot water mixed with vinegar. When you scrub with the brush dipped in the mixture of hot water and vinegar, the encrusted dirt starts to come off. And after abusing your arm muscles for a long time, Suddenly cross. The shovel on the mound of dirt. With effort and patience, you dig and dig until you uncover the cross, which turns out to be part of a headstone. Also in the dirt, you find something that you pick up without hesitation. You look at the coin, you remember.
And the coin of judgment to outwit the Creator himself.
A salt. Ah, you remove the plug from the hole. With salt and some mechanism inside the cross is released. I hope it's our grave. Wow, sweet. Use the knife in this hole. Play the knife helps you unplug the hole. Nice. Mercury. That one. Unplug the hole and immediately drip a little bit of the mercury in the hole and something inside the cross is released. The sulfur on the left arm. After unplugging the hole, pour sulfur into the hole and alcohol. And the bottom one. Unplug the hole. Wait. Fill the hole with alcohol, after which you hear a sound that you interpret as a good sign. Use the lighter on the alcohol, unplug the hole, and alcohol burns quickly and some mechanism slides into position. Nice. What a puzzler. Oh dear. Cover your eyes.
Brothers and sisters. Brothers and sisters! Silence! I've asked you to come to the Hall of Eternity because the peace of our community has been disturbed. One of us has prevented the carnal act from being consummated.
Yes.
Show yourself, heretic! Who are you?
Let's go. Real name.
My name is Miguel de Castro, son of Don Alvaro de Castro, the Duke of Fuentenegra.
Is that so? We'll be sure to send our condolences to the Duke. You have been my right hand since we started this church. But you've betrayed us! Confess your crime!
I don't know what the answer is. Like, what this guide is telling me to say, because it's not one of these options.
I offered my soul to the devil to curry favor with him.
That's a crime, haven't we all?
Not that one.
I've opened tombs, profaned cadavers, and stolen their organs.
I myself asked you to do it. You can't be repentant for that.
I received the body of Christ in sin to please our Lord Satan.
You know very well that such an honorable deed does not constitute disloyalty.
Murder?
I've murdered over 50 people in cold blood. Men, women, old people, and...
And you lost your resolve, heretic. You disobeyed my orders when you helped the one chosen to complete the carnal act.
He was just a child.
And what difference does age make when you have eternal life? He had to die in order to come back to life and give meaning to our quest. Do you repent for your treachery?
No.
I'd do it again, Venus.
What should we do with him, brothers and sisters? Life?
Ew.
Or death?
Yay.
Let it be death, then. But Satan is the only merciful God, and he is going to give you a second chance. After your death, you will return to life to serve him again, docilely and without any possibility of betrayal.
You wouldn't dare. You can't do that to me.
Ah, but I can. In nomine Dei nostri Satanas Luciferi excelsi. After years of searching, we've hit on the exact combination of torture and alchemy elements that make up the formula for eternal life. Miguel de Castro, you've been tortured according to the ritual, and now you will drink from the chalice of eternal life. Salt and sulfur to purify it. Iron to strengthen it. Gold
In case anybody forgot.
Iron in honor of Satan.
Mercury.
Mercury.
And the coin of judgment to outwit
Anyone that forgot. The guy on the left was in charge 500 years ago.
Is at hand, brothers and sisters. Make him drink it. Now, brand him with fire, so that we recognize him when he returns. Oh, Satan, you who have granted eternal life to this heretic, allow me to take it from him momentarily, so that he may rise again and give evidence of your works. Kill the prisoner.
Oh no. Oh, right in the gut. Oh no, the Inquisition. Yeah, 1501. OMG. They're 500 years old. Oh. Joke's being choked. Oh, he got choked out. Oh dear.
Your friend, Mr. White's about to arrive.
Easy for you to slip away from the two men holding
you
you.
to prepare him a recipe. You remember it, don't you?
Oh hey, that's the guy that got chopped in the face. But then what? There are too many of them.
Cat got your tongue?
Unless you use something.
I do remember you.
Many lives ago.
Every time I look in the mirror. Don't move.
already mastered sword fighting. Why are you still here, apprentice?
You still haven't taught me how to control the unknown sense.
You are not ready.
When will I be?
Bring me a truth flower.
And you'll teach me to use the unknown sense?
Bring me a truth flower.
Mm-hmm. Honey master uses to sweeten the sampa. Blocks of yak butter. Slight gesture of assent. Master authorizes you to take a block of butter. Beans, the main ingredient in sampa. Beans, no beans. The ladle cup on the honey. Master giving you a blessing to take a little honey, just a little, with the ladle. Now our water tastes like honey. Apparently we can use the katana now. Wait, we already have the corn. Unless I can take more corn. Wait a minute. Nice honey on the brick. Pour some honey in one of the holes in the wall. The kernels of corn in one of the holes on the wall and... do it again. Take a few more kernels. Offer food to the bluebird for the last time and... that several seeds had fallen from the bush into the nest. Anything you needed from the wall were the seeds, and there are none left. Use this priceless artifact to dig out the bush. Jabbing with the katana, you break the layer of ice that surrounds the dead bush. Dig up the soil and pull out its roots. Nice. Beans in the bean stack. Bury the seeds with the knowledge that on their own, they'll take a long time to germinate. Check the crank. The mechanism of the crank moves has been jammed since before you arrived. Can't get the crank to turn. Butter on the crank. Grease and jams the brink, allowing the crank to turn. Katana to get the bite. The old rope is no match for a sharp blade. Nice. Icicles look like fangs. Couldn't take any. We did that earlier. Tying it with a rope, you pulled a bucket underneath one of the icicles, which you cut off cleanly with a katana. Use this on the instant burner. You place the bucket on top of the burner and... a short while, the icicle melts. Water the seeds day after day, week after week until...
You have demonstrated that you possess the patience, the astuteness, the perseverance, and the respect for life required to learn to control your unknown sense.
Thank you, Master.
Have you finished your chores for today?
Yes, Master.
Good. Because today you won't be capable of doing anything else. Prepare yourself. Forget you have eyes and open your unknown sense. Prepare yourself.
I'll never be able to do it.
Never doesn't exist. Patience, yes. This time you lasted 1 second longer. Prepare yourself.
Go on. You gotta close your eyes, you can feel it. OMG. Who was that? I know that lady. Oh, that's his mom.
Henry!
John!
Release her! Not yet. First, you're going to make me immortal.
Not on your life.
Such rancor. And what about her?
You have 20
No,
minutes to prepare the
Pauline.
potion. Half hour at most. Your sainted mother has brought everything a good alchemist could possibly need. Right, Doctor? Recognize this, John? I found it in Bratislava. Who knows how it got there?
Yeah? Well, a simple carpenter's cup would have worked just as well.
John,
We made her immortal. Ah, she's dead.
Thank you, John. So, John,
I kind of
tell
forgot
me
about the mom.
Did you meet
It
Napoleon?
never realized, it occurred to me that she would be our fake mom.
Monroe? Hitler?
Ah. Alright, there's 4 endings to this game. We can get all of them if we really wanted to, or I can just see what we get.
Come on, John. I just want to enjoy a pleasant moment while the girl is reviving.
Idea races through your mind. Henry Cooper, your fake mother. Cooper knows us. Congrats.
Did you ever feel guilty about it?
One day, around a year after you got there, you'd passed out after I broke several of your ribs with the baseball bat. You woke up and asked, "Do you know what your name is?" I said, and I quote, "My name is Samuel. Samuel Cooper." You said only this, "You're lucky, Samuel. It was weeks before I tortured you again."
How long were you torturing me in that room?
From the day we took you there, 2 years went by. But I missed out on the first month, thanks to you.
That scar. Does it hurt?
Only when it's gonna rain. The doctors that Henry hired were the best. In less capable hands, I would have never made it.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy torturing me?
Yes. It made me feel good. Powerful. Dangerous. Fulfilled. Revenge is addictive.
What do you think Henry will do if the potion works? Will he let you drink it?
Henry is my best friend. And well, isn't that right, Henry?
I'm your only friend, Cooper. The only one. But do you know what? You're also my only friend. My life began at the same time yours did. In the university. The day we teamed up to kill Ralph Martinson. Nobody could understand how we got along so well. The hard-working weakling heir and the penniless jock. But what we had, and we have in common, nobody else shares. We're special, Cooper, you and I. How could I face immortality without you, Cooper?
Why were you pretending to be my mother?
John, Henry made me do it. He threatened me. He invented this entire story to get you involved in the investigation.
Who are you really?
Who I say I am. Elaine yesterday.
Is it true what you told me about your husband?
Almost all of it. Frank was my thesis director, and I fell in love with him. He died at 84, 3 years ago, peacefully in his bed. Not in Cadway Station, like I told you. Henry invented that story, and had me tell it to you.
Are you really an expert on medieval sects?
All the books and articles written by Frank and myself that you read were authentic.
How did you get involved in all this?
Henry hired me 2 years ago when he had only one clue, the symbol of the Y. I learned of its connection to the Order of the Flesh, the torture methods they employed. But that's it. A few months ago, Henry hired me again. But this time at gunpoint. I pretended to be your mother up until your fake suicide in Paris. And when you came back to life, I played the role again, as if nothing had happened.
What do you get out of all this?
I stay alive. If Pauline comes back to life, we'll all drink from this chalice.
You know, Henry, do you really believe he'll let you drink from it?
Yes? Right, Henry?
Of course.
Of course.
You know me, and you know that I'm not a tightwad. I'm the American millionaire who dedicates the most money and time to charity. White Enterprises shares its patents with any NGO that wants to use them for the common good. I've created hospitals, schools, and community centers all over the country. You know me, and you know that I do whatever's necessary to get what I want. But you also know that when I have something, I share it. Elaine, you can rest assured that when I become immortal, you will too.
He's definitely a good guy.
How many have you killed?
Not that many. Around 50.
50?
Well,
he killed
twice
50
that
men?
I count you.
Why did you kill Pauline's father?
He didn't want to play ball.
How did you get to Petit?
It was your friend Boris in Cadway Station.
He says he lived in Paris, Berlin, Moscow. What a shame. Look, wax from the candles has dripped on the cake.
I started monitoring the libraries in all of those cities. If anyone checked out a book on sects, Satanism, alchemy, the symbolism of the alphabet, the Inquisition, torture, I would hear about it. Our good man Petit was a voracious reader.
Pauline told me that her father...
He had spent the entire day with an American collector. They made some good deals. The man was going to pay us a lot of money. We were going to renovate the store, do some traveling. When I woke up the next morning, he had hanged himself.
What really happened, Henry?
To gain his trust, I told him that I wanted to have first option to buy all the antiques he found. But when I tried to get information about the Order of the Flesh out of him, he said that he had abandoned the investigation years ago without turning anything up.
What did he tell you about his relationship with Choke?
With you, you mean? It was you who set him on the trail of the Order of the Flesh. Probably thanks to some isolated flashback you had. But the flashbacks themselves made you crazy, unpredictable, egocentric, violent. You started to believe that you had lived in the time of the Inquisition, and you came to suspect that his daughter was a witch. Yes, John. You tried to kill your beloved Pauline. Aren't you happy to find out that we're not so different?
What have you done to me, Henry?
Everything imaginable. Can you be a little more specific?
At first, you only burned vagrants. Why did you start torturing them? using the techniques of the Order of the Flesh.
Because of you, John. When Doctor yesterday connected your scar with the Order, and I saw the acts of torture they practiced, I mistakenly believed that behind them I'd find the secret of immortality. You made me what I am, John, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart.
What happened after the day that you shot me in the back and Boris escaped from the warehouse?
The best period of my life. Imagine a boy with a cake you can never finish. A pervert with a girl who doesn't know how to keep her legs together. Or a psychopath with a victim that can be killed over and over again. But everything ends up getting old. I wanted to be like you, and I started to investigate.
How did it occur to you to hire me to investigate the Order of the Flesh?
Your flashbacks were what did it. I realized that you sometimes remembered things from your previous lives. I used to love to electrocute you, for example. One time in 10, you would remember earlier electrocutions. When Doctor yesterday stopped progressing and Petit refused to help me, I thought that your ability to remember your own past would be the best tool for reconstructing it. And it's worked out that way.
Marcel screwed it up by making me drink mercury. That improved my ability to remember.
Just the opposite. If it weren't for that, we probably wouldn't be here today. Marcel was an excellent professional and a good friend. But make no mistake, I'm not reproaching you and the girl for killing him. I probably would have ended up killing him myself anyway.
You've promised Cooper and Elaine that you'll share immortality with them.
And I will.
I'd like to remind you of a couple of things you said earlier.
Since he was no longer useful to me and he knew too much, I had to have him liquidated.
What good will Elaine be to you when you're immortal, Henry?
Marcel was an excellent professional and a good friend. But make no mistake, I'm not reproaching you and the girl for killing him. I probably would have ended up killing him myself anyway.
If you do this to all your friends, what's Cooper to think?
Henry?
Cooper.
No, Cooper. No, fake mom.
John. What did they ever do to you?
At last, it's just you and me.
And the girl? Have you forgotten her that quickly?
She's awake. Welcome back.
Will she remember?
You son of a bitch! No!
Ah, not again. She's definitely dead this time.
Good God. Is this the price one has to pay for immortality?
You'll pay for all this, Henry.
Don't threaten me, John. You're just one bullet away from being my slave again.
How do you feel now that you're immortal?
Peaceful. Serene. I want to start all over again with a clean slate.
Any idea how many bullets you have left, Henry?
Oh, no.
Don't mess with me, John.
This gun has 7. Wait. Forgive. Wait. Which of the 3 leading characters in the stories will upset the balance? Cooper? Let's go with him. Choke, the Vagrant. Gaudi Castro, son of Duke of Fernandina and servant of Satan. John Yesterday, the man of 1,000 deaths, takes action. Use the batteries on the... on the doll left of the statue.
Poet, poet. You paint the poet. New pains for new verses.
The end.
Dude, you're new in Pendulo, right? My name's Brian.
Brian Basco. They've already done everything imaginable to me. They stole my girl. They decapitated me. They threw me off a building. Once they even left me without an ending. We're in the middle of a scene, and then suddenly they
That's how Runaway 2 ends. You're literally in the middle of a scene, it just cuts out. Ah, man. I wanted to know what the batteries were for. I didn't expect that. Alright, we'll go back and get a slightly more proper ending. Do I love this song? It's probably being DMCA'd right now, though. I wanted to know what the batteries were for. Perfect. Yeah, it's too bad we didn't play the other Runaway games before this. Because there's been a few references to Runaway in this. 18 first years of Pendulo. Man. We're gonna end up watching this again. Can we skip this?
So, dude, are you a gamer?
No, not really.
Because I have an old one, I'm sure you'd totally love it. Planescape Torment. Yeah. Although in reality now, I'm more into hidden object games.
Really?
Who'd have ever guessed, right?
Oh, is this starting me back at the beginning? Ah, dang, we're never gonna see the real ending. It says there's a way, hold on. Is it this one? This one. Alright, which of these three characters? Heated knife. The light of the flame falls directly in the blade of the weapon. Suddenly, you know what to do.
John, what are you doing?
Nice. He's gonna remember.
Eternity, Henry White.
What do
Nice.
we do now, John?
I don't want to remember anything else. But what I do want, Pauline, is that you help me to forget.
It's Planescape Torment. Good question. Wow, that ending was a lot less exciting than the last one. Dream Beam. The other song was from Runaway 3, Claude. I still question whether or not I should play the other two Runaway games. I really didn't like Runaway 3, but I liked Runaway 2, but as we just discovered a minute ago, Runaway 2 ends somewhat arbitrarily and doesn't wrap up until Runaway 3. So you kind of have to play both games, you can't just play one. There's also a lot of characters that are in this that are references from Runaway. Like the madhouse or whatever we were at. I hear you. One delivery job. Also a lane clip. Let's skip this.
Henry?
Bum bum bum. Alright, let's do, since these are quick, we'll do the other ones. Samuel Cooper, the young pioneer. The cruel torturer. Friendship. What do we go with here? Alright, chat, pick one. We're only doing one. Unless we get to do both. Unless both are required. Friends.
We've been friends for so long, Henry.
Of course we have. And we'll go on being friends. We'll find another coin. We'll prepare more elixir. We'll live.
Oh, nope.
You shot me.
Come on, Cooper. You know that I wasn't shooting to kill. I never miss my target. I want you to live, Cooper. By my side. Forever.
Henry, if there's anyone who's taught me the value of life, it's you.
That sounds like me. Get me out of here and tell me what it is.
The end. Bye, Cooper.
And a bullet?
I survived it.
What do we do now, John?
We shall see. We've got time.
Yo. What song is this from? This guide mentions that the, so all the scenes with the, oh god. Cooper in the back. All the scenes in the, monastery.
Shoot.
Are from 300 years ago. Oh, look at all these items I have down here. A sword, an axe. A gun, maybe? Some time to think.
This is going to be fun.
Question mark? Question mark? Bum 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 bum. Alright, this guy. The brilliant volunteer. The millionaire psychopath. Revenge. Homeless people. I am.
What?
Revenge.
Get me out of here, and you'll have all of eternity to take revenge. Do you want to torture me? Go ahead. I know that you'd like to. Skin me alive with a nail clipper. Drive nails into my eyes. Pop my gonads with a pair of pliers. Smash my teeth with a hammer. Tie off my veins in my legs and make me walk. Rip off my limbs. Sand my skin off until you reach the bone. Make me swallow my lower intestine. Impale me. Take a video of me, and we'll have a good laugh watching it together. I'm your new toy. Don't you see?
I'm not out for revenge, Henry.
Weird is that guy's crazy.
Do you know why I prefer to kill vagrants? The pain of a vagrant dies with him. No one suffers for him. I can't stop killing. It's in my nature. Would you prefer that I killed mothers, husbands, boyfriends, daughters, lovers, grandchildren? The vagrant is alone. Just like you are, John.
You don't move me, Henry.
You were my best victim. It didn't matter how much I tortured you or how many times I killed you. Because no one cried for you. Because you were alone. all alone, but now you're not. See, we're alike, you and I, John.
I'm not like you, Henry.
Yeah.
This should get me into those stores. Shoot.
Me too, Dream Boom. Right decision.
So you think you're a good person, John? You haven't always been. As Miguel de Castro, you were a murderer. As Choke, you were a madman. In each of these lives, you were different, depending on the choices you made. Do you know what you'll become if you decide to throw me off, John? What you hate most in this world? Me.
That was what helped him out.
Get out of here.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
R.I.P. Alright, they left the girl down there too.
I'll miss you, John, yesterday.
I'll miss
Good
you
thing I
yesterday,
have
John.
a new toy.
Oh no, the girl. Oh no. Well, well, well. So yeah, anyways, that was yesterday. Thank you all for watching yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Hope it was an enjoyable journey. And not like watching a train crash or something. Sequel next week. Friday after next. It's certainly an unforgettable game. Maybe next time. I wonder if I never finished the game. I mean, I must have, but I wonder if the game wasn't finished when I played it. That's what I mean. Like, I kind of remember this ending. Like, I kind of remember doing all this stuff at the end here. So, I don't know. Steam lied to me. In any case, next week, I forgot the name of the game. But we'll be doing another, walking sim next week. Lane something? I forgot. I mean, I don't normally... If I watch a long play, I at least put that in my backlog that I watched a long play. Is Jimmy Poopins here? It's very possible though when because I feel like I remember this game ending like somewhat arbitrarily. So it's very possible that something happened since the last time I played. Oh yeah, that's also true, Claude. A Bink video. What is this?
Henry.
Henry.